Hello and good afternoon, everyone. All right, so we are back. Yesterday, the ISP was doing some sort of maintenance. Nobody could tell me what it was. So hopefully they've got their shit sorted out and we can have an uninterrupted stream. So if I had streamed yesterday, it would have been a lot of drop frames. It would have been the connection going up and down and stuff like that. Really more frustrating for everybody and myself included. So I didn't stream yesterday. But today the connection has been looking good. So hopefully we're going to have a nice clean stream today. Everything's going to work, hopefully. And yeah, let's continue with our Kerbals. So yeah, they are. We in Kerbal Town. The Kerbal Space Center. Now, one thing I did do yesterday, when streaming, I decided, you know what, let me mess around a little bit with SSTOs. And I got one working. Got a small one working. I just had a design inspiration. So I decided to create one just for the funsies of it. Alright, and let me load it up. And this, what is the Kite 2? And this is the small little SSTO I made. Right, look at that. Very, very tiny. And it actually does work. It can take, let's see, 4 and 2 in the front. So it can take six Kerbals. We look at the, looks very good over there. Now the other thing that I need to do is I just need to do 1 or 2 more tweaks to this thing to kind of get it able to maneuver in space. Right, now first things first, what I have got to do is, battery wise, it's really low. It doesn't have any batteries, so no, it will run out. So what we're going to actually do is we are going to give it some wait, ooh, what did I do? I'm messing with something here on my other screen. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to give it some power and some power generation. Then we are going to have to give it some RCS so that it can actually dock. It has got a docking ring, and we are going to try to send this up to the space, see what happens. So first things first, let's give it some electrical power. Now I'm thinking, if we don't give it a lot, what if we, around the center of mass, some batteries over there. Okay, and around what's the center of mass, let's give it some monoprop. Okay, and let's see, now we probably going to want to turn these guys a bit, that they kind of all there, and then be just a little bit down, kind of blend them in. Okay, now and maybe just a little, go. Now we're also going to need some way to recharge electrically. So what if I go and on the wings part, give it those, what's that? Alright, and alright, so there we go. We've got kind of, that will give us some battery power. That will give it some photovoltaic cells. Now the other thing we've got to do is we've got to give it the ability to use its RCS. So let's take this off and put on the RCS usage thing, and let's grab some RCS things. Now what we are going to do, that looks fine. That looks like a good place to use this. So RCS there. Now what I'm thinking is also, if I take that off, and maybe I do this kind of there. Oh, you see, that's going to give it a little bit of a But if I do mirror and do it there kind of on the docking port itself. Let's see. Oh, an error occurred. We go to the next one. Alright, so that's kind of going to give us some RCS maneuverability. Not a lot, but it should be able to at least make us maneuver in space. Now we have tested this. This does go to space. I have tested that already. I first did without, I did with the first engines I used were the Rapiers, and literally climbing to 20 kilometers an hour. It was hitting about 1500 climbing. So I turned that back back again. Now you see these guys, 162 and 180. The ISP is 275. 275. That's the ISP. 275 with 305. I replaced them with aerospikes, which actually has a higher ISP, 209, 290, 290, 340, as opposed to, where was it? To 275. So a little bit, you know what I'm thinking? I'm going to replace them back. Not that much of a difference, and it will definitely help us get his speed better. Let me paint the space. The rapiers, switch mode. The other thing we've got to also make sure that we've got on these is that automatic switching is not on. So it's on manual switching. Okay, so that should be just fine. As the fuel goes down, that center of weight's gonna adjust. All right, so there we go. So we call this the cut, and it should actually work. There shouldn't be any issue with this. But what we're going to do as well is maybe put these guys maybe on 7, maybe 4, 3, solar. And we're going to toggle these. Okay. Right, so that looks good. All right, so who are we going to get to pilot this craft? Okay, so let's just save this. Oh, wait, you know what we've got to have? We've got to have, I think, just one thing, just in case. You're going to give it one of these. I'm going to just put it over there. Because, I mean, it's not like it's really going to do much good, but, you know, why not? Okay, so this thing absolutely motors. This thing really flies. It should be alright. Now the only thing I might do is I might add a little bit more fuel, but it should be okay. It should be okay. Alright, so let's take, who have we got here? Wow, we've got a lot of people. You know what? Let's take the penguin guy as the pilot. We'll take Demon Strip. We will now send up an engineer. We will send up another pilot. Mad Moderns, I'm going to send you up as well. And maybe another engineer. There we go. Okay, so we're going to send these guys up. So 6 Kerbals. 6 Kerbals are going on this flight. Alright, so let's see how this goes. Now, the other thing we're going to do is we are going to wait until... So let's have a look here. This is our target. I would say let's wait until this, and he's kind of a longer way. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? The one thing I forgot to do is air brakes. I wanted to include some aero brakes on this. because when you're coming down, it does tend to get a little bit fast. So I definitely wanted to have some aero brakes on. Actually, this would. Alright, so we got some aero brakes. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now let's actually. Now what I'm going to do is we don't want to launch at night. We want to launch in the day. So let's wait till morning. And let's launch this guy. Got all our crew inside there. Yeah. And let's launch him. Right, we're going to put on the brakes, of course. And then we're going to wait for our... what we think is our target. It's going to be in the right orbit. Okay, so there you go. The brakes are on. Let's have a look. That is target. Alright. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually wait for this. Not the same as a launch. So I'm going to wait for it to be over there. Now I'm not too sure how far or behind this is going to be. We just don't know. Alright, so we're ready for this. Let us go. Right. Yeah, it's this time it's usually really slow. In about an hour or so, I get a lot more people. It's kind of like just the worst time at the moment. Alright, so there we go. Look how fast this thing is absolutely climbing. So you see, this is getting, wow, some nice moustaches there. This is getting like really high at the moment. It's really pulling in the paces. And that's why I'm actually doing this right here at the moment. Okay, so right now we can pull down. And just look how fast we're going. Look at that speed we are going at already. I mean, we are still climbing. And we are still going way faster than... Yeah, to be honest, I don't really worry too much about who's watching and things like that. And switch over to that and let this go up. Alright, so here we go. We are heading to space. We've now turned off the air engines. We got the rocket engines going, and it is heading up there to space. Okay. Actually, just let me something. Have I? Yeah. All right. Have I dropped any frames? I have dropped a few, but nothing serious so far, so that's good. Alright, so we are definitely getting into space. I want to stop at about 100 or so. Sorry. And stop. Alright, so we are getting into space. We've got not a lot of fuel left. Okay, so that extra weight did actually eat up a lot of our fuel. However, we've got a lot of oxidizer left, which we could probably remove. So how far? Oh, we're quite far ahead of that. Is not always a good thing. Okay, so up this. Oh, got a bit of. Right, and let's bring this guy down. How much is that? 4 or 6. Okay, it's going to be a bit of a problem. We actually need to bring out some more fuel. We can do it though. Right now we can probably turn on this. Sorry, I had a little bit of a coughing thing. I think it was all the chili I had for lunch. Okay, so we've got our little solar panels up. Not a lot, but it will definitely help us get that working. And let's see, we've got a small burn in a minute's time. And we want to do it to 12.4, so 12 seconds before. We're just waiting for that. And there we go. Okay, so getting really close. And what we're going to do is you're going to do the burn. And that will pretty much put us into orbit. And that is kind of our SSTO. So single stage to orbit. And it's working. Alright, now. Issue, of course, is there is not a lot of room sort of to do other things with this. All the extra weight kind of used up all our fuel. So alright, so let's see. We are pretty much in orbit now. Kind of same height as this guy. What we're probably going to do is wait till we get over here to the AN. And we are going to set this so that it's on the same plane. And probably increase the height a bit. That should do it. That should do it. What's that height? 140. Oh, no, you don't want to do it like that. Not that high. 110 should be enough. 111. Okay, that's enough. So, and what's that? That's a 57. Right, we could do it with, start with the engines and do that. Let's start with the engines and do that. And then use the RCS to kind of get us Right, I mean, how much RCS have we got? Oh, quite a bit left. So, I mean, we should have enough RCS to land us. So let's go. Alright, so we actually got an SSTR into space. There you go. And we've got 6 Kerbals on board. We are trying to make it to the space station. I don't know if we can. Alright, so at 2 seconds before we start the burn. Okay, so we've got 137 more oxidizer than we need. So we can lose 137. Let me actually write that number down. That's an important number. Because then we can maybe have more fuel. Wow. This is not looking good. Just write 137 down and... Right, so what have we got over here? Alright, so we've kind of just increasing that height. Alright, let's stop like that. Alright, and now what we're going to do is we're just going to let this thing drift till this thing catches up. I mean, although maneuvering is going to be a little bit of a pain. What height have we got? We've got 110. Okay. 10 kilometers more, so it should catch up. Alright, so we should be alright. And then 99. So this should eventually catch up. And what's you can see what's happening is the distance is decreasing. So it might take a couple of maneuvers. Yeah, this part it increases a lot. Turn off that. Not going to use it just yet. Yeah, you know, we've got our sun, we've got everything, we've got all the Kerbals sitting inside them. All very excited to be. Look how happy they are. All very excited to be in space and going to the space station. Question is whether they'll actually make it to the space station. That is the question. And right, so 300. So there's going to be a couple of more rotations. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to, there we go. I'm going to get this onto, increase this periapsis just a little bit. See that periapsis? I'm going to increase it to above 100. That's all. And let's go. I mean, 280. Really, it's just catching up. This is going to the higher orbit. Now it's not dipping below it anymore. So that's good. It's not going to get into that, you know, where this catches up at any stage. Oh, it does actually. It still does a little. Not the end of the world. It's only for a few hundred meters. Okay, and we are just playing this whole catch-up game. Question is, once we dock with it, we're going to do the crew transfers, transfer the crew across, and we're going to bring them back, and then that will just prove our concept works. Still, one thing with this STO, we are a little bit. I think we just need a little bit more fuel, just to play it safe. Some more liquid fuel. We've got a little bit too much oxidizer. Liquid fuel wise. And then we're going to try obviously go for the landing. Now the thing with landing, you've got to be pretty much on target because we've got no fuel to actually correct it. So we've got to get our landing right on target. So that's going to be an interesting one. Still a while to go. It's getting close. It's within 100 kilometers now, which is good. I mean, before when we started was 300. It does work, Gilper. It worked. We actually got an SSTO into space yesterday. When I wasn't streaming, I decided to try out a new design, and that's my new design. And you know what? This climbing from at a 45-degree angle up to 20 kilometers was going at 1,500. This thing goes like an absolute rocket. Although, just need a little bit extra fuel to it. So what we're doing is we get into the space station. So yeah, I had an inspiration. I had inspiration yesterday of a design. And I couldn't stream because my ISP was disconnecting me all the time. So I decided just to try it out, and I tried it a few times, and I got myself into orbit. And so now what I've done is I've added in things like the RCS, filled it with Kerbals, and we're actually trying it for reals. Now we are just trying to meet up with the IMAX and swap people. Bring some people down, put some people up there. Got a whole lot of users in there. Oh, it is Demon Strip. It really is. There's a lot of extra stuff with the rover dude things, like the I mean, you know, when you're building space station, that there's actually a reason to add things, because, you know, life support and stuff like that. So it's, yeah, and reusability on that. We're going to go back to our construction thing. I just want to dock this. Okay, so we are getting really close now. Right, so what we are going to do is now we are going to go to the target, and we definitely need to slow ourselves down. Right, now, everything over here is done via RCS now. So what I'm doing, I have to pull this. Let's see now. Actually turn this the proper way. RCS, you got two directions, so let's just slow this thing down. We're going to continue with our construction build, but we're just trying to see if we can actually dock this space plane. We're going to try see if we can dock this space plane. Yes, we actually got a space plane up there. And no, we ran out of fuel getting into orbit. So we're using RCS to do everything. And it looks like we actually might run out of RCS. So I'll try to push that down towards the thing, but it's so freaking slow because RCS is obviously not that powerful. I haven't got a lot of RCS. This might not actually work. We might have to send a rescue craft to rescue our space plane, or just a basic a refueler to rescue our space plane. Yes, I think we're going to have to do that. Okay. Let's have a look at this. The whole idea of this thing was to be a refueler. Okay, so maybe we can do it. Maybe we can do it. Trying to slow ourselves right down. It's just so slow. Yeah, it's very, 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 very close. Problem, of course, is trying to, get yourself. Yeah, this is not going to work. What I could do is if I send up another craft just to dock with this and fill it with more fuel, that will actually, it can dock with it, fill it with more fuel, fill up these tanks and that. And that will give it a little bit. You'll be able to use these engines to get ourselves closer. And that's pretty much what we need. So I think let's do that quickly. It's so close. So close. Right, so I'm going to go back to the Space Center. I'm just going to make a little fuel craft. Just a tiny little fuel craft. All this thing is going to be is a fuel craft. So we're going to do that with that. We're going to add a docking thing. We are going to add a let's add one of these. Oh no. Would that be enough fuel? How much is that? 180. Let's give it that. What's that? That's 360. Okay, that's plenty. And we're going to give it a oops. Give it like, okay, so that's got plenty of fuel. That will be able to do all the docking maneuvers and everything else. Now the reason I did it like this is because this will actually be the part that's going to be doing the maneuvering up there. And yes, it's a lot of delta V. Yeah, actually I got to orbit really quickly with this thing. It was quite scary how quick I got to orbit with it. Now we are going to give it some RCS for the docking. Alright, and we are going to give it let's see. I'm thinking. There we go. Alright, now we are going to give it these guys. Now the question is, where is a good place to put that? That would be one thing, but of course it's going to cause a turn. So let's let's actually, what if we kind of use some of that fuel, use some of this fuel. Alright. And yeah. How about if I do it like this? There you go. And we are going to also turn these guys so that they actually wait. And there, now it's gone funny. Alright, now let's see. Now we're going to move these guys. There we go. Nicely balanced. Nicely balanced. Alright, so that is our little refueler. So this is the SSTO refueler. That's basically... Oh, actually no. We've got to... There's some other things we've got to include in this. Because this might actually take time to reach that thing. Let's put some batteries on there. And let's put some... Maybe just 2. Okay, that didn't seem to affect it much. Okay, so it hasn't got a lot of power, but it should be able to enough just to get it kind of do what it needs to do, and it can gather more power. So that's all right. Okay, so there we go. We've got that car. Now what we're going to do is we're going to have to put a booster to get it up there to actually rescue our SSTO. No, I'm not going to call this the SSTR refueler. Let's call it... Oh, yeah. Refueler SSTR. Because it's not this is not an SSTR. Okay, and now we just need to get it into space. So, pop that there. Oh, let's give all this stuff back. Pop that there, and we give it a nice little booster. We give it... I mean, we could give it that. There's not a lot of thrust. Yeah, let's just give it the skipper. Right, and let's... Because I'm looking at this, I want to get this one to 3-4. Alright, and give us... And the main cell should do it. Perfect. See? 3-4-4. Excellent. Alright, so this will give us enough just to get the refueler up there and working. We're gonna need an antenna. I'm gonna put the antenna over here. Okay, let's put it over here. We don't want that doubled. Here we go. Looks good to me. And we give this guy, yeah. Okay, so very simple. Should be able to get it. All right. Save. Launch. Yeah, I got to say, getting the thing into the air. Definitely happy with that. Alright, so where is our space plane? There he is. That is target. Alright, so we want to kind of... This here's falling behind because I got into a high orbit and it just wasn't working. Alright, so what height are we? We at 119. Wow. Okay. And full power. Alright, we do now our launch as we typically do it. We go all the way up till we get to 50, do the turn. And just let gravity do the rest. It's a sunrise launch. No, it's actually quite scary. Our SSTO was actually going faster than this. Getting up to 10. It was literally going like a rocket. Oh, shit. I totally wasn't looking where I was moving. This is a pretty bad launch. This is actually a pretty terrible launch. Definitely wasn't looking. Waiting for that to get up there. Oh, we are getting into space. Yeah, I just wasn't paying attention. That's really my big weakness. I mean, it's looking good. Looking good now. I recovered it pretty well. Let's do it about 110. Yeah, where that goes. We can always adjust the orbit once it's there. Right, and we are going to go onto the upper axis. We're going to add a maneuver. We're going to circularize it. Alright, now we are way in front of it, so we are going to, when we circularize it, we are going to burn a little bit higher than it. We are also going to do this. No, other way. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. 850. Alright, that seems to be okay. And 16 seconds before. In fact, we can actually send these. We might as well gather solar power as we're doing this. So at 16 seconds, we're going to start our burn. And we're going to see how this works. Now, what I believe, the latest version of Kerbal Engineer seems to actually deal with the radial stuff. Remember how before it wasn't dealing with the radial things properly? The latest version does seem to do that. It's so I noticed that with the space plane and things like that. So that's working. That's good. Right, and here we go. We're going to lose this stage. So that's the problem with going straight up, is when you get to the periapsis, I mean the upper apsis, you've kind of got no speed left. So that's why you want that kind of flattish launch. Okay, so let's see how this. Ooh, I am actually a little bit not. Let's do it this descending node. Add maneuver, and we get this kind of. Let's get this right. Small little bit. But that looks okay. Alright, and that's in 12 minutes. Alright, so let's have a look. 117 away. Okay, let's bring this up there. And again, it's just going to be a tiny little burn just to get ourselves into the same plane. Because remember, that's number one important, is get yourself in the same plane. So, and it's... Right, so now we're on the same plane as it, so it should kind of now just be much easier to catch up with this thing. Well, not easier to catch up, it's going to be easier to do the rendezvous. We're catching up pretty damn quick now. So actually, one thing which we could do, as we could have. Look how close this is, right? So what I'm going to do over here, what if I bring this down and I just take this from 137 to okay, so now it's going to be really, really close. Okay, that's kind of, yeah, I should have brought it down more. Right. Anyway, so now let's get this thing sorted. Oh, I think I did a target, not I think I did a target. That was a problem. I was using target and not. Yeah, I was using target and not orbit, and that's where the problem went. Alright, so now we are now going to change this and head towards it. I mean, yeah, we're 15 kilometers away, but it will work. So you see how I'm bringing that on there? And that's what we're just going to keep it going. So as we go a little bit forward, it's drifting away, and I have to bring it back. I could probably speed it up a bit. Now give myself a little bit more on that target. Maybe to about 20. Should be right. Don't want to use up all the fuel. Okay, so we are again moving as we get sort of as it's drifting away, and now we want to bring it back. 220 again, and as we're going to go through, it's going to drift again away. Each time we're getting closer. Not the best way, but you know what? It does sort of work. Although, what I could actually do is if I take the orbit over here, I go like this. Do it over here, and I go add maneuver. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to shrink this right down. Okay, so if I go below it so I catch up. Getting below it. Right, so look what's happening over there. And I go below it so I can catch up with it. 1.7 kilometers. That's pretty good. 0.2 kilometers. Okay, so that's what I need to do. I can just do a 143 burn, and then when it gets to that stage, it will be like right close to each other. Don't need to worry about this whole target thing. And that's a 2.4 second burn. So we can just do that once. And so you can use your maneuvers to plot out your things a lot better than constantly adjusting it. So there is that, of course. And to go. Done. Alright, so there we go. And now if I look at this, there we go. When they get over here, they're going to be at 0.9 kilometers apart. Oh yeah, what's going to happen is Because it's higher, this one is taking over. Yeah, it's taking over. Now I've dropped below it, so I'm catching up with it now. We go. And there. Look at that. See? Nice and close. Alright, so now I can go back to target. And in fact, I could I could push that a little bit over there. Push that onto that. Like that. Alright, so that's kind of going towards the target. I mean, it slowed us down to 10, which is good. $800. 8.5 meters per second, which is again fine. Still getting close to it. Just give it there. Alright, 6.5, maybe slow this down a slightly bit more. Now the other thing is, maybe I should actually leave this up in there and just have it, you know, with the next one that comes up, I can just have this thing still up there with some fuel in it, so we don't need to launch another one. Interesting. $4.7. Going a bit more. $57 again. Get this going towards the target. What we could do is we could turn on RCS, so just speed it up a bit. Yeah, it's true. It wouldn't be one of my streams. Well, actually, what craft have I sent up that I haven't had to send some sort of rescue to it? I think, yeah, it is a tradition that you set up a craft, you leave them stranded, and you send somebody to rescue within a certain amount of time. Otherwise, the guys run out of oxygen and stuff like that. Alright, so the 200 meters. 200. Still getting closer. Again, as you can see, I am just looking at numbers and things like that. I haven't actually even looked at this thing. Okay. I think about 100 meters is enough. I think this is close enough. Let's stop it there. Okay, that's close enough. Right, so let's have a look. You are going to open up. You are going to control from here. Let's head off this thing. You are going to open. Now, where is the space plane? Where are you? Oh, there you are. Let us target. Alright, so time to do the dockings. Hey, Disillusioned, we got our space plane up. What we didn't do, unfortunately, is we didn't get our space plane up with a lot of fuel, and so it got into orbit, but it didn't have enough fuel to really dock well with the space station. So we now sent up just a little refuel pod. So we sent up a little refuel pod, and the refuel pod is pretty much going to be refueling it. But our space plane got up by itself, it got into orbit by itself. It just needs a little bit of help docking. What I am literally doing now, oops. What I am doing now is sending it this fuel pod. So I'm sending it this fuel pod, which will give it some more fuel so that the actual rocket engines will be able to get close to the space station to dock with the space station and replace the crew. Yeah, that's. I mean, so we made it. We made it small again. You know, because size wasn't everything. However, it has got 6 Kerbals on board. So all we need is a little bit of fuel. I mean, this has got a lot of fuel on it, this thing. We actually don't need all that fuel. So, I mean, we've got a docking port. We might as well use it. And you see how it's... trying to get this thing to come around. Okay, so you see it's getting itself in a good position there. Yeah. This space plane actually worked extremely well. Oh, there you go. There's the... And... docked. Okay. Hey, Hip Hop Anonymous. Alright, so there we go. So now what we can do is, you see there's a lot of fuel in here, this thing was completely empty. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill up this one. So if I take that, and I take that, and I throw in like that, So it's kind of filling that one up. All right. Okay, now that should be enough. That should be enough fuel to kind of deal with the docking. It doesn't need a lot more fuel than that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this guy up here because it's still got a lot of fuel left on it. So I'm going to leave this up here. Oh, rapiers over panthers. Oh, big advantage, Dick Tracer. Huge advantage. These are rocket engines as well. The panthers are only air breathers. These can double as rocket engines, so that's huge. Yeah, you're talking about these guys. To be honest, I like these guys more than I do the panthers. I don't actually know what the advantage are and stuff like that, but that's kind of personal preference. Oh yeah, monoprop. You're right. Okay, so you know what? Instead of doing it like that, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use monopropellant. Okay, so I think it's these guys. And okay, those two. And then boom, 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 boom. And I am going to transfer everything from this side onto these guys. Alright, so now I've filled up with the monopropellant. I did it in a evil. Any Kerbal did. Oh, I forgot that. And all those deaths are caused by SSTOs. Currently on this craft, we have got. Let's see. See, that's all our Kerbals on the SSTO. Alright, so I think that's... So we fold these guys up. We fold this one up. I wonder if I can... Alright, that's actually enough. Alright, so what I'm going to do then now is I am going to decouple this. And turn this on and get myself away. Right. And close shield. Alright, so that's going to wait up for the next SSTO. We've already got the kind of rescue craft up there. And now we're going to go to this one. We are going to close this port. Oh, it says you've got no fuel, which is wrong. But got quite a bit of fuel. Now we are going to set this as our target. It is our target. Okay, so what if we go over here and we add a maneuver that is going to drop us below. Whoops. 76. Let's drop us to 89. Oh, so, okay, so it's a 15, but now look at this. Whoa. Close cycle. Oh, there you go. Oh, you see, we've got 288 delta V. So not a lot. We didn't give ourselves a lot of delta V, but enough to kind of do what we needed to do. All right, and then at periapsis over here, add a maneuver, and we are then going to bring this down. To just about there. 91, maybe. Maybe bring it over there to 94. Okay, and that will allow us to catch up with it. And yeah, it's going to be, so you see how we're dropping ourselves into a lower orbit in order to catch up with something on a higher orbit. And that's the idea. A lower orbit will catch up to something in a higher orbit, and a higher orbit will slow down to something in a lower orbit. Right, so put this there. And oven. And again, we don't have a lot of delta V on this craft left. We just gave ourselves a little bit of a boost. That's about it. Oh, 91, okay. Bit too much, I think. Oh, we did it before the time. I don't know. Right, but anyway, let's have a look at what's going on here. So, now we're catching up with it. And this guy that was the refueler is falling behind because it's in a higher orbit. Anyway, we are maintaining our thing, so we just got to let this thing do its little catch-up. Do this little catch-up thing. I mean, eventually it will catch up. We're just using, the planetary rotations. We're not doing anything drastic because we're trying to conserve fuel. We've literally got a small amount of fuel left. And so it's really, this fuel is about getting close to the space station. That's what this fuel is about. To do it in the most efficient way possible. And what we'll have to do is, when we make a few changes to this SSTO, we're going to have to do that. And yes, I swore never to do SSTOs again, but yesterday while I wasn't streaming, I decided. I had a design in my head, and the design actually works really, really well. Probably not a normal SSTO design. Most people have engines and everything else gathered together. This thing is kind of spread out, but it does work. Yeah, well, look at it. I mean, it was at 500. Yeah, so it is actually working. I mean, with NASA, you've got these things, okay, exactly what time to launch, when to burn, and all this sort of stuff, and pretty much press a button and it does everything for you. He is catching up nicely. And look how far the other one's fallen behind now. That's how far we've moved ahead of the other one. So we're going to leave that other one up there, just as a refueler in case any other SSTOs need a refueling. It's useful. Be a useful tool. Oh, see, next one is going to be really, really close. See, look at that one. There's going to be 22 kilometers apart. In fact, what I'm going to do, right over here, I'm going to add a maneuver, and I'm going to push this out a bit. And what's that? 3.5. Move that. 3.4. Oh, there we go. 0.9. Okay, so right there, I'm going to have to burn for 9.1 delta V, and when it comes around here again, it will be 0.9 kilometers apart. So you see a small, tiny little 9 delta V burn, and I'll get within a kilometer. I mean, yeah, you could do the target matching and stuff like that, but no need. No need. You know, let the orbital stuff do its work. Right, so it's so 0.03. So here we go. Right, so get this into position. I just played my first round Arc. Yeah. Arc is like that, Grumpy. Are you going to come join us? Tonight we're going to continue Arc. You're welcome to join us on our server. !Arc for our server details. You're definitely most welcome to join us. And yes, Arc is really, really tough getting started. But it's a good game. It's a really good game. Alright, so look at this. We are getting closer, and you see how my orbit is now getting closer to that. Wow, look at that. Yeah, I mean, again, you've just Grumpy. It's one of those things you've just got to learn how to play. At the 420 Ninja, we finally got our SSTO working. Look at that. That's our SSTO. That's the space station. We are really, really close to the space station now. And we think this is kind of... This is the point. Yeah, but there it's 0.9 kilometers. So what we're going to do is we're definitely going to have to get that now to head more towards it. I mean, 7.9 is not fast. Let this get a little bit closer. Okay, so let's bring this closer. So we are heading directly at it now. 22. Oh crap, too fast, too fast. Too fast. Oh, jeez. Alright, so... Alright, so that's kind of... I think we're just going to have to stop there. And try... get this thing a little bit better. So... Okay, so that's kind of going towards it now. Alright, so look at that. We're heading towards our space station. We are gonna dock our space plane on our space station. Now where are we going to dock it? Is that... No. Let me have a look. There we go. We want to dock it over there to that one. That's the one we want to dock to. Yeah, you see, look at this. I mean, look at the space plane. Okay, so I've got the tanks and engines way out of the wing. It worked. I mean, I don't know if that's right or wrong. The right way to do things and stuff like that. No idea. We are going to now see. Now we're going to open the port. And eventually, whoa. Abs.
Hello to Lung. Hope all is well.
Abs, thank you very kindly for that tip. That's much appreciated. And everything is well. Thank you very much. Alright, so what we are doing is we've got a docking thing. We've got a docking spot. We are just getting close to this thing, and I mean, I haven't bothered maneuvering yet. Yeah, this thing, but I actually have landed this on the runway before. Yeah, it actually works really well. I don't know how well these things are going to work. This is completely experimental. When we go down, that's experimental. So I don't know how that's going to work. But we'll have to see. Alright, so we're still heading towards it. Let's actually just speed it up. Give ourselves like air brakes. Yeah, air brakes, just to slow us down when we get through the atmosphere, because yesterday I had a few incidents where the front cockpit kind of blew up. It totally wasn't my fault. Totally wasn't my fault. Oh, that's what I got a problem with. I realized my flaw in my pan. I can't, there's certain movements I can't do with this. Crap. Alright. Who is piloting? The penguin lover is piloting. The penguin lover is piloting. Alright, so I have certain issues with this, like we're going left and right. I can't do it. I actually need to put more RCS things on here. Yeah. Right, so we are definitely See, look at this. I can't. I've got no. Yes. So I've got a bit of an issue. There's certain plane of movement. Like now, okay, the way it is I can't move. I can't move in that direction, and I can't move in that direction. I can move forwards, backwards, up, down, but I can't move. So I haven't got all the degrees to move on this thing. So that's a bit of an issue. Let's see. We are just getting ourselves. Yeah. Right, so what I'm going to do is I am going to control from here. Oh, no. Right, so let's see. See, I've got this is a bit of an issue now. Alright, so this is definitely this is going to make docking really, really hard. Yeah, I can't now. I can't move to the side. All right. Okay, that's. Yeah, see, I can't move to the side, and this is going to make this really difficult. Yeah. Yeah, you see, yeah. Not if I want to keep that thing. I mean, I could. I could do the roll. Now, SAS will work without RCS, but the problem is I can't actually slide. See, it's going to be really, really difficult to do this. Like, I mean, I can do it like that. All right. You know what? Okay. So this is a major flaw. This is a major flaw in it. I can eventually dock this, but let's just call this test successful. We can get this thing up there. Let's go back and land this craft now, and then we're going to send these guys up again. Yeah. That's exactly the 420 Ninja. That is exactly what I was thinking. Exactly what I was thinking. So, yeah, and that's what we're going to do. So what we're going to do. Oh, wait. Alright, so let me control from here again. And I mean, for those who didn't actually see this thing in action, you'll be able to see this thing in action now. We're going to land... Do we land at night? Or do we... No, let's land during the day. Okay, so that's all right. When they are, it's pretty close together. Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely going to try hit the runway. And we want to wait for it to be daytime as well. Okay, Grumpy. You're not going to listen. Wait for the screams of the Kerbals as they get incinerated through the atmosphere. Alright, so... Alright, next one should be alright for the landing. Alright, okay, so this one should be alright for the landing. So, I had a maneuver here. And... burn. Maybe just bring... Now burn down. Let's see. Right, now okay, so that's kind of on there. So we want to actually break this to maybe a little bit before, because you got to take into account it's going to glide a bit. So about there's good. All right, now just before we land, it's 9 minutes away. All right, I am going to go quickly, make some coffee, go to the bathroom and stuff like that, and then we will be landing this craft. It looks pretty, doesn't it? I look at Nobchas with his pool cleaning moustache. Awesome. Alright, so I will be back in like 3 minutes. Alright, I am back. Is it time for the maneuver yet? No, we still got a little bit of time. Oh, really? Oh, the 420 Ninja. Yeah, what you can do, if there's a way to do, you know, with the pods, you kind of offset them. I'll show you a nice, kind of nice way that I tend to do it when it comes to tourists, just for orbit and stuff like that. Before you have all the correct parts. Right, so we've got a burn time of 4 seconds. So got a burn time of, there we go. So we got orbit there. Oh, he's starting hard. Yeah. You see, I don't know, it's Korea, for me, it doesn't interest me too much. I just found the kind of missions in that a little bit too But that's me. That's me. That's definitely not how other people are. That's just me. That's a personal thing of mine. Right, and okay. So let's move this around. And what we are going to do now is goes away. Don't move that around. What have we got? Remove that. Yeah, that looks good. That looks pretty good. All right. So we are getting ready to do our landing. Look how happy they all are. They're deliriously happy. They've got lots of... right, so here we go. Right, now we're just going to time warp. Alright, we just hit atmosphere. Okay, so let's bring this down to about a 20-degree slope. Now I'm not sure how these brakes are going to work. Maybe I'll put them on now. Start slowing us down. Let's just F5 this. And what we're going to do is we're going to switch mode and switch to air breathing. I've been breathing on the monoprop. Yeah, of course. Monoprop is very, very tasty for Kerbals. Alright, so we're coming down. We got the nose at like a 20-degree angle. Yeah, like a 25 degree angle. So that should be alright. Oh yeah, but I mean, like, I've taken this down without brakes. So anything that the brakes can slow me down on is kind of good enough. We're speeding up, we're not slowing down. That's a... Alright, now we get into that height where it's there, you can see it, that's going a slightly red. That's going slightly red. It's going to start, the heat is going to start now. The speed is going down. Sunrise. There we go. Now what I've done is I've also opened the engines to be air breathing. So you can see these things are not closed. So they should actually start, you'll see them starting to suck air soon. A vampire SSTO because they're sucking air. Okay. Not completely accurate, but I'll take that one. That's so far so good. That's kind of spreading the heat love. Okay, where's that heat? Is that a crew cabin? I'm not sure. I think I've got a HUD for heat. So, yeah, you see that? Those are the aero brakes. Keep that tilted up. Ah, you see now, look at the air. It's starting to gather air now. So because these are air gatherers, they are actually helping slowing us down. Right, so that's looking good so far. Not too much heat. I mean, obviously you're going to get heat. I mean, that's without question, you're going to get heat. But so far, looking good. Nothing's getting too hot. Okay. So that's actually going really, really well. Just across those mountains is the KSC. So this is actually a really, really nice... This SSTO is actually working really well. Not as big as our others, but working with this design, we could in fact I could actually probably take this off now. Well, I'm certainly surprised. Let's not kid you. It's me designing SSTOs. I'm hellish surprised. I'm not an SSTO person. So if an SSTO works well, it is a big surprise. So where's it looking? Alright, see, it's okay. So, but remember, this is going to extend as the thing gets into its glide mode. Wow, look at that! Holy crap! This thing actually works really, really well. This thing actually works really, really well. I'm kind of in shock. I haven't even started up the engines yet. I've still got fuel for the engines, so I can still push it out further. Yeah. Yeah, let's just probably pull it up a little bit. Oh wow, I slowed down way too fast. How to get this thing to... Okay. I will never free fall. I'm free falling. I'm free of free falling. I have engines. Just give me, see, a small amount of power. Ah, Habs. Are you talking about the Duna one? That was freaking awesome. That was absolutely awesome. That Duna thing. Man, that was good. Ooh, I am going to... Actually, what am I? Oh, 1 kilometer up, so... Who needs runways? wait, you guys want a runway landing. Nailed it! Nailed it! Nailed it! There you go! On the runway! I can't complain about that! If you complain about that, they're just to Tokyo Drift. Woo! There we go. Our guys went to space, they got back, and they all SSTO drift. Okay, so you know what? This craft actually works extremely well. It actually worked really, really well. But there are some changes to it. Yeah, I don't know what this. What's it called? Aristocratic activities. That's the name of. I don't know. Alright, so we called it the SSTO Kite 2. Well, I mean, we could have landed if we had just used our monoprop to land. We were trying to do something a little bit more. Okay, first step. Let's fix this translation thing, number one. And that we do by having these guys. And I'm going to pull him out. To pull him across. There you go. Alright, so that will give us that translation that way. And we're going to do the same thing on this side. And this will deal with those translation problems. And this will be kind of... And this will solve that issue, that docking issue that we had. Boom, solved. Docking issue solved. Because now you can go up, down, forward, back, and you know, you've got your full 6 degrees now. So that's solved. Now the other issue we've got is we need a little bit more fuel. 137 extra. We had 137 extra of oxidizer. So that's kind of half a tank. So have we got any fuel tanks? 6 axis. Yep. 6 degrees of freedom. That will now do that. Right, so now what we need is we probably need some liquid fuel. That's monopropellant. Have we got anything that will give us life support, recycling module, mono? I'm looking for if there's any side tanks, xenon. Any side tanks that will give us... No. Alright. So, this is liquid fuel. Interesting. Ooh. That is interesting now. As it uses... Now, that could be an interesting one to use. No, we're not going to do that. Alright, so what we're going to do is we need to have a little bit of extra fuel. Okay. How can we get extra fuel? The balls? Yeah, but I mean the balls are going to mean it's not going to be streamlined. You know, if we use these balls, they're not going to be streamlined. So actually, oh. Crap, why can't this camera? I need to reset this camera. There. Oh no. Oh, how do I reset this camera now? Is it this one? Show angle snaps. Okay, let me, alright, so just save it. Shift and scroll wheel. Yeah, wasn't actually, that's as far back as I can go now. Which is kind of not, that's the problem. Control shift. Space. Alright, so save, leave, come back. Ah, there you go, that's better. You see, that's kind of, I know to move the camera around there, but for some, oh, maybe I made maybe it was one of the extensions that made the VAB bigger. Okay, that could have happened. Oh, look. Interesting. Okay. Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. Alright, so we need to increase this feel thing. I think you're right. A shift and right drag will drag you around. And then space does your angle. Okay. There you go. So shift and right drag. Not shift. Okay, shift and scroll wheel will zoom you in and out. But, so shift and scroll wheel, you know, like, changes that. But shift and right click drag will drag you around the hanger. Yeah, it changes your central point. And then space sets your angle right. Then shift. Okay, so little helpful things. Alright, so now we need more fuel. The question is, where do we need more fuel? Where do we need to put more fuel? Okay, so I mean, we've got these small ones here. We could put these guys at the front, maybe. How much fuel is this? 90. That will give us an extra 180 fuel. Which is exactly what we filled up there. So that should do it in theory. That should give us the extra fuel. Yeah, there's that dissolution. There is that. But what I'm going to do as well is maybe over here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove 137. I'm going to bring this down to 308. Okay. Oh, the extra monoprop we don't actually need. The only reason we use so much monoprop was because of the... See, even the balance didn't change much there. We used extra monoprop simply because we needed slightly more. We were trying to get ourselves into orbit, no, into position with the monoprop. Okay, so if there you go. So just a fraction. Oh, there we go. So weight-wise, it didn't look too much. Yeah, I ran out of rocket fuel. So what I've given us is I've given us a little bit more rocket fuel. The center is pretty much the same if I look at the... Okay. So, let's have a look at this. What if we bring this... I'll bring this a bit more forward, and then this guy. Okay, and then take this in back. Okay, that doesn't make much of a difference. What if I do this? Take those. Like this. Eat this. Yeah, no, the engines are fine. Just trying to... Oh, there we go. Aha! That's what he wants. Now, what if I turn this? Where is this thing? I'm just trying to get this thing. And this. Akbebesa beast. I have no idea what that says, Sigabillet. This is, you know, we speak we speak in English, so most people understand English, so I'm not sure what it is you're actually saying. I can't really give you a proper answer. Alright, so that should do it. That's going to prevent the kind of tilting around. Okay, there we go. We've got things there, we've got things there. Oh! Well then, thank you very much. What language is that? Okay. I have no idea what language that is. Turkish. Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, I haven't actually been to Turkey before. I've made it up to Egypt and a few places around the Middle East, but not really Turkey. Long time ago though. Although my mother went to Turkey and got me some leather jackets. Long time ago. Alright, so there we go. Okay, so that looks good. No, I'm not Turkish. I'm South African. Living in Thailand. Okay, so that's looking good. Let's try this out. Are we going to... Alright, so I think I'm going to let Disillusioned be the engineer on this flight. Gilper needs to go back up to the station. She's definitely one of the passengers. Disillusioned is the engineer, and the pilot. Who have we got here? Let's see. Oh, Moonbeam's here. Let's have. I'm pretty sure Moonbeam pilot. There we go. Okay, so Moonbeam's going to fly this. We've got 3 extra spaces. So what we're going to do is we're going to pick 3 members of the stream to be. Let's see. There's a Rapier's. Oh wait, that one. Toggle. There we go. Alright, so we've got those, got the solar panels, so everything is looking good now. Okay. Save. Now you guys are actually going to be shocked at how this thing takes off. I was shocked. Alright, so we... Okay, so... We are going to... Let's have a look over here. Crew. So we got 3 more people to put into the crew cabin. Oh, brakes. Okay, 3 people to put into the crew cabin. So, let's see. We are going to send up a scientist. Who is our scientist? MJP Jokers is our scientist. Apparently, he likes to crack jokes all the time, does MJP. Right, so we are going to add him. Let's see, who... Do we need another engineer up there? No, we'll get another scientist. Bama Hunter. That's going to be our other scientist. Let's close and open. Bama Hunter. And we've got 1 more crew member. So we're going to do any viewer. Miser 32 as a pilot. So we've got a spare pilot. Okay, and you are in there. Alright, so we've just put up the crew members, the death crew, and there we go. We've got Gilper. Oh, is Moonbeam? Moonbeam is wearing a red shirt. This could end badly. Gilper is a blue shirt engineer. You got Disillusioned. So let's have a view. Let's have a look at what they got. Alright, Disillusioned is the engineer. Nice makeup. Then you got in the back cabin. All the Kerbals sitting in the back. They're very excited. They're going to the moon. Yeah, red shirts. Red shirts are a thing. Alright, so... how do I get out of this? See. Alright. Yep. MGP Jokers. He's got a Spock haircut. Awesome. And Batman Hunter's he's the cool redhead. There we go. Alright, so where is that? That is the identify as a female Kerbal. Nice. Okay, there is the IMAX. Now, I think what we're going to do is we're going to wait for the IMAX to kind of get in the right place. We're going to do it as a normal launch, so we're going to put it over there. See how far we can get. All right. So is everybody ready for this? Let's have this over there. Have these engine power over there. Right. Get 5 and let's go. Take off the brakes. Right, now you're gonna be. Now this thing has got ginormous power. This thing has got so much power. Yeah, 45-degree angle, and it's just absolutely picking up that speed. I mean, look at it go! there is no mincing words with this thing. It just gets up there and just powers. Power through it. Feel the burn. It's just feeling that burn. Look at it. Just look at that speed already. Right, so start flattening out. Crazy, look at it. Just look how fast this thing is going. There's Moonbeam piloting. The red shirt is piloting. Alright, so power is starting to disappear. So we do the switch. Get rid of the oh yeah, it's this thing just absolutely motors. That's why I could actually increase. I mean, I could increase the size of it. I think without too much of a problem. Ooh. 4.6 Gs. 4.6 Gs so far. Highest speed achieved 1368. I mean, let's put it this way. We did have a lot of practice making SSTOs. So we're going to get to 100. Done. That's getting us up to 100 already. That's getting us up to 100. So, at 100, add maneuver, circularize. Probably going to try minimize this. Let's see.
Okay, so remember Scalper, while he EVAs, he's not while he was Taylor Larson Field.
Yeah, that's good enough. We're in space, press 3. And at 16 seconds, $4.95 burn. Oh, we still have 100 left. The tacos are at the on the station. This is correct. There are tacos on the station. You have to EVA to get them, and then you've got the problem that you can't eat them through your spacesuit. Other than that, right. So 16 seconds. Alright, so here we go. And now how's that? How's that for SSTO to orbit? It's done. We are sitting in orbit. There is our space station. We are going above. We're pretty close to it. I mean, that's not too shabby. That is not too shabby. Okay, so we've got 92 left. So we've got to be a little bit... we probably need to get more fuel. You know, I mean, look at this. Unfortunately... See, what we got over here is add maneuver, and we want to kind of bring this like that. Alright, yeah, but it's not really delivering anything. That's the problem. It's, you know, Kerbals aren't things. Kerbals are people too. Alright, now that's 68. See, this is where the problem comes in. I get myself into that nice plane. So in 4 minutes, Kerbal lives do matter. Only those monsters say Kerbal lives don't matter. I mean, we had lots of practice with SSOs, and it's really nice when one actually works. It has got its problems. It definitely has got its problems. And in fact, what if I do this and anti-Kerbalist? It's the anti-Kerbalist agenda. Right, so alright, so let's see. Alright, so what's happening here? Get rid of this. Okay, so what if we push this out just a little bit more? So orbit, take away RTS. Okay, so ease a little bit more. Right, so we've got 28 delta V left. Let's see what happens. We are kind of getting close to it. Are we actually getting... Please drop below it. No. Alright, so it's a very, very slow meet up with this, which is fine. Because we really don't have a lot of fuel to waste getting close to the station. Are you Disillusion, are you channeling your inner Westworld now? Is that what you're doing? You're talking like a cowboy, eh? So who's been watching Westworld? Who likes it? I'm still not sure about it. I remember the original movie. The original movie was great. This one... I don't know. I'm still not sure of it. Oh, you haven't seen it? We're getting nice and close. The movie was good. Yeah. The original was really, really good. It was such a new concept. Now, I'm not too sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm not disliking it, but I haven't made up my mind whether it's good or it's just average. Yeah, that's kind of where I am at the moment. Right, so look at that, 5 kilometers away. Right, so this is working out really, really well. Okay, so that's kind of the lowest point. Right, so if I go target, right, so we are it should be gone to us now. Alright, so wait, let's see. Alright, so if I do the orbit, so let's see. What does that say? That says 7.8 kilometers. So now if I do this and I just slow myself down a bit. Look at that, 6. 3, 2, 1.6. Oh, there you go. Look at that. 0 kilometer. So a tiny little thing. Just using RCS. And I've literally got myself, boom, intersecting straight away. When it gets around there. So turn off that. So a tiny little burn. And this thing should, when it gets around here, have a 0 kilometer separator. So that's going to be good. So yeah, normally, you know, you'll start doing it and all that, but again, I'm doing it with trying not to use any sort of power at all. So it says I'm gaining height, but distance 1, that still says 0, so that's because it dropped below that. You see, now I can do target, and I can do you've never seen a 0 kilometer difference. You've never seen me maneuver. Oh well, look at the difference. 2.7 kilometer difference. So it's really, even by doing that, it's not even coming at a fast intercept. It's coming at a really slow intercept. So I could actually slow this down with RCS, which is perfect. It means I'm not using the engines at all. But look at that. Wow. Look at that. 200. .4. Alright, so now I can put on RCS and I can slow myself down. Oh.
That's not scary. We'll tell you what.
How's that? How's that? Ta-da! Alright, so it's open. Oh, we didn't touch that 28 meters per second at all. We didn't touch it. It's, we are going to control from here. Then we are going to have our docking. Let's put our docking thing. And we are going to... we want to dock over there. Alright. And okay, so now we can okay. And lining that up so that the docking ports are lined up. And done. That's kind of right on target. All right, turn on SAS. I mean, and look how stable that is. Yes, we're going close to it. And yeah, now we're going in for the docking. And hopefully, in fact, what I'm going to do is oh, you know what I'm actually going to do? If I do this like I'm turning this around. Yes, I know turning the whole station around isn't ideal, but you know what? Screw you guys, that's what I'm doing. So, it's just do that like that. Oh wait. I forgot which way I was controlling. I was controlling it from that port. Keep forgetting that I'm controlling at the port and not the front of the ship. Oh yeah, should actually save. That's and okay, and maybe there like that. Okay, and there we go. We should okay, so that should be docking just fine. Alright, so remember we got control from here because that's the docking port. We are going towards that docking port. You can see it's kind of matching. We in front of the docking port because we've got the greens, and those green lines are eventually going to come to the center. Plenty of RCS left. So, and we've got the full translation now because of adding those extra things. So we got that extra fuel, which definitely helped us. So everything is looking good. I see, just keeping that there, it's slowly those lines are coming towards the center, but we are going in at a pretty much of an angle. So that's. But yeah, this will be our first SSTO docking with our space station. And look how happy Gilper is. She's going back to her space station. Such a happy girl. And Moonbeam actually didn't crash the ship, so there's celebrations over there. Disillusioned, can't believe he's still alive, especially with the red shirt flying the ship. In fact, I think this is... How many hours have I played Kerbal? Oh, 600, 700 hours? And I think this is the very first time I'm actually doing an SSTO docking. The very first time. So definitely on stream, I'm definitely getting a lot of firsts. So see, what I'm doing is, the way I'm doing it is I'm looking at my nav ball and I'm doing things, keeping those targets lined up, you know, so that the ports are going together. And with the docking station, I can make sure that the ports are lined up correctly. Yeah, so it's true, Kenny, they did, but I had an inspiration yesterday while I wasn't streaming, and I tried a different craft design and it worked. It's not that I didn't like them. I did like them, and I had made them, but I never, you know, kind of made any that were big enough. Just, whoa. Did we duck? Oh, we did. I didn't even. So there we go. Look at that. SSTO docked with the space station. Now, I liked SSTOs, and I could make them in the previous versions, you know, where you pack on a whole lot of air breathers and you could get it really high at a high speed and stuff like that. But since the new aerodynamics and stuff like that, I tried a few times. I got some really small ones to work, got them into the atmosphere and stuff like that, got them into orbit and brought them back down. But I've never actually used them as a building tool or delivery system like I did with this one over here. So we've got all these Kerbals over here. So let's see what we can do. We have now got 12 people on the space station, which we can take 66. Alright, so let's see, we have got 4 in the crew cabin, and we are going to send them. Okay, so we are going to send them to, no, not those command pods. Those are kind of, we're going to send the pilot, Miser, we're going to send him to the habitation ring. Gilper, we're going to send her back to go watch her IMAX movies. She's was really upset that she couldn't watch IMAX movies anymore. So off Gilper goes to watch the movies. And we've got 2 scientists. Now, what we're going to do with the scientists, these are all escape pods, and they actually do work. They actually work. They work really well. And you say, how do they get down? There's 2 little thrusters over there. They fire once, and except for GoPro used one and went the wrong way. She went out into space, and we had to go rescue her. First use of escape pod, and she stuffed it up completely. Alright, so who have we got? Okay, Daisy. We're going to bring Daisy back, and we're going to bring Lucy, and we're going to bring Lucy Lulu back. Okay, and MGP Jokers. Yeah, Gilper is our worst astronaut ever. We've never had somebody as bad. Never happened in the history of Kerbal Space. It does. It looks cool, doesn't it? It really does. This actually looks absolutely awesome. I really, really like this. And this SSCO is, it's beautiful. Okay, now there's nothing, I mean, this has got some fuel. We could fill it up to do the re-entry burn. How much space is here? Alright, so what we could do, and we can go out. Yeah, we can just fill these 2 tanks up. It's just filling these guys up. Not a lot of fuel, but it will definitely be enough to deorbit us, and you know, get the engines a bit of work. I mean, this thing's not going anywhere, so maybe we need to send up a refueling tank. You know, just specifically for things like refueling SSTOs and stuff like that. Okay, so done. Alright, so we've got enough fuel now to kind of deorbit us and stuff like that. I mean, we could always deorbit using the other things, but don't need to. Alright, so don't forget, we've also got this. Let's just say 5 this. We've also got this. You guys remember this thing? It's a whole robot arm. Right, so I mean, I'm starting to get a handle on the SSTOs. Starting to get it. Alright, and let's put this away. Yeah, you see, the arm could do other things. Oh, you haven't seen our robot arm. Yeah, we made a robot arm that we docked to the station. And it was actually moving these pods around. It was actually taking the pods off and docking them in the right place. So we actually made a robot arm. Yeah, we've been busy with the station. Lots of technology. This whole thing was so we could get this thing working. Alright, so we've got a crew SSTO working. So let's take this back down again. So let's land this. How far are we? So take this sequencer off. And let's see, where are we? Oh, we could actually... Or do we want to wait till... Do we want to wait till it's daylight? Okay, so let's see if we can do this landing. We're going to wait until it's daylight. Yeah, we've got a full satellite coverage. We've got geosynchronous satellites. We've got some polar satellites. Well, we've still got to build our interstellar craft. So we're still building that. That's you know... What we could do what right now? Look at that. It's great, isn't it? So we changed the communication so that's only the KSC communicates. Nowhere else on the planet. Everything has to bounce around the satellites. So I mean, we could try a big SSTO, but We've already taken up too much time.
Walk me off, Lord.
Yeah, there's no fashion lighting on this SSTO at all. I mean, our space station... Oops. Our space station has got some cool fashion lighting. Let me actually set this... This is what you would normally see. Take this off. T. Okay, so this is what this would normally look like in the dark. You know, this is with no lighting. I mean, you can't see. Can we wait for this to get darker? Okay, so this is what it would normally look like. And that's the fashion lighting. So you see that the docking is kind of that blue thing there. Got some purple over there. All the ship lights come on. Kind of surprised you didn't. Oh, I could, but you don't need to. I've got the geosynchronous satellites, so there's no need to do any satellites on the ground. You know, no point in it. I mean, yeah, I could actually land satellites all over the ground. You want to do that? You want to land a satellite on the ground? Oh, I wanted to show. I forgot. I wanted to show something else. Now that's kind of our fashion lighting there. So let's get this back into something that's more stream. What's up there? EM3, yeah, we actually just docked our SSTO. So it took us a while. Gopher, have you ever known me to overcomplicate anything? I would never overcomplicate things. No, not me. You must have me confused with somebody else. Do we want to put a satellite on the North Pole? I wonder. I mean, we could. No, that's still traveling. So if you look out here, see those guys haven't gone far at all. There they're going. So we haven't actually. We've only in year 1, day 34, so we really haven't. Let's see, 34 days work. 34 days work. And we've got all this up. These Kerbals work at a rapid pace. I mean, we're still waiting for the, where is it? Juno is still 196 days away. So we've still got some time. But at least we finally got an SSTO that was driving me crazy. Getting an SSTO working. However, I'd still want to have a big, massive SSTO that can actually take cargo to space. That's definitely something I want to have. Yeah, and I'm aiming for like an orange tank. That's kind of my thing. Alright, so maybe wait for this to get into, wait for okay, it's daylight now. Okay, so that's probably good enough. Let's go here and let's take this guy and we are going to decouple. Okay, Moonbeam and Disillusioned, it's time to send you guys home. No. Yeah. And you've got 318 Delta V, which is plenty actually. You don't even need that much. Right, and we are going to control from here. Well, it's too late now. There ain't no redocking. How many Kerbals can this hold? This holds 6. 6 Kerbals. But we've, although only 4 are coming back now. So we left extra 2 on the station. Alright, so we want to land over there. So if we add a maneuver over here. Hey, the orbital IMAX was a great idea. It was very much appreciated by all the Kerbals. 132. Right, so let's bring this a little bit back. And 114. Okay, so it's a slightly steeper descent than the last one. But it should be good. Okay, we don't even need RCS. Guys, we're going home. Alright, so in 10 minutes, I've got a little burn to do. Let's F5 this. Yeah, I mean it works. It gets 4 Kerbals at a time. So this is definitely something that. This is definitely our little passenger liner. I mean, we've had some mishaps. It took 20 Kerbal lives to get to this point. 20 Kerbal lives lost in SSTO incidents. They've all been classified as Black Ops. So the rest of the Kerbal population doesn't know about them, because then we could lose support for our space program, which we definitely don't want to do. We need our space program, because Kerbals need to find a new home. Because apparently Gulper was farting so much that there's way too much methane, in Kerbal Land, and so they need to find a new home because they've got no way of cleaning the atmosphere. These are all true stories. I know, it's true. Okay, so 3 seconds, and boom. Okay. Alright, now we will do this. Yeah, I blame tacos. Yeah, apparently tacos they found on another planet. They brought them home. It is marked the day the Kerbal. Yeah, that was the day the Kerbal. What do you call it? The whole Kerbal society crumbled. Everybody stayed home. eating tacos and watching IMAX. Crumbling of Kerbal society. Tacos. I don't know what's incredible. You know, if you follow the career path of Kerbals, what I find it really incredible is that Kerbals invented rockets and ways to get to the moon and stuff like that way before they ever invented a ladder. Makes you think. Kerbal priorities. The solar panels are okay at the moment because we're still in space. Let's have a look at this. We're still in space. Now we can take away the panels, and we are going to take this down to 20 degrees. That's what we did last time. It's a sunset landing. Oh crap. Can we RCS and backwards? What's it? Okay, this is way missing the mark. That's kind of working. Put the brakes on. Let's see what's happening. So, I mean, it's not doing a lot, but it's enough to kind of... Yeah, it's a plane. I mean, we've got enough fuel. Well, we've got lots of fuel. Okay, I can take the RCS off now. Right, and we can focus on doing, and what we're going to do as well is we are going to open the air vents. Wow. Look at that. Okay, yeah, those things are heating up, which is fine. Let's just give ourselves a little bit more resistance. Okay, so what you're doing, if you come in straight away, then the front part will take the entire heat of the system, which means that it's going to come in a lot faster, and it will and the front part will overheat. So what we're doing over here is by coming in at an angle, see, now it's starting to get the heat, and that engine's also getting the heat. So I'm just trying to pull it up a bit, try to balance the heat off. By kind of doing it at that angle, it spreads the heat. It spreads the heat all over the ship. And And also, it adds more surface to the friction, so it allows things to slow down.
Okay, so remember Scout why he EVA? He's not why he would Taylor Lawson.
Alright, so that's... Alright, so let's... Wow, we're still too high. Way too high. Let me see if I can dive. Dive, dive, dive! Dive landing. This is not the right way to land. Geez, those air brakes actually work really well. Those air brakes work awesomely well. Wow. Oh no, 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 no. Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. Oh. And brake. Pinpoint landing. Pinpoint. And Kerbal drift. Yeah. Sure, like a glove. It was awesome. So there we go. Good job, Moonbeam. Moonbeam's our pilot. And we actually got lots of fuel left. That is some awesome landing right there, Moonbeam. Congrats. Alright, so we can recover. So there we go. SSO, it went to space, it took up some astronauts, swapped people around, brought back different ones. I mean, what more could we do? But this... So yeah, this is the kite. This is what I call the kite. And it works really, really well. Of course, what we could do is we could then make the kite 3. And what are we going to do with the kite 3? Get rid of these guys. Have a payload. All right. And let's see. With the payload, we could have something like. I like what I'm doing, Gerber. All right, and let's And just, you know, just for practice, this one big enough? One of these. Let me get another one of these. Okay, so that, maybe get rid of that one. Alright, so that's kind of, so there you go, that's cargo. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to disable crossfeed over here, so that it's not going to use this fuel. And this is, let's see if this one actually gets, if we can get this one into orbit. We're not going to actually dock it or anything, but let's see if we can get this one into orbit. And okay, and let's have a look. How does this look? Alright, so maybe a slight, you know, bring the wings a little bit more forward. That should work. And let's see how that is. Yeah, that docking looks just fine. Alright, so yeah, I mean, again, it's not a lot. It's just a small amount. You know, and you could fit anything in there. The reason I took fuel is easy. What we could actually do, you could probably remove this one as well. How heavy is the payload? Okay, well, one of these is 2.25 tons, and one of these is half a ton. So it's about 3 tons. So yeah, so it's about, yeah. So it's about 3 tons. So let's see how well this actually works. Alright, so yeah, this can only take 2 Kerbals. Alright, so should we get we could get, should we have a loopy? Loopy and Atkara. Oh no, Acid Freak. Acid Freak, that's a cool name. Alright, so let's see how this works. I mean, we're just going to take it up into orbit and then we're going to bring it back down again. If it works. So this will be our cargo version. And I mean, it could take 3 tons. So it could take fuel, it could take a satellite. You know, it could take a lot of different things. Brakes. Alright, and Loopy and Acid. Hey, look at this guy. Alright. Alright, plenty of speed. I mean, look at this thing. This thing takes off like a freaking rocket. This thing is just crazy with the takeoffs. I mean, 45 degrees and it's gaining speed. No, we don't even need to look at that anymore. 45 degrees and it's gaining speed. This thing is nuts. So much power. So much power. $3.8 Gs. Right, so it's getting up to. So start. Give yourself this angle. Yeah, just jets. There's no rockets on this at all yet. I haven't switched to rocket mode yet. Look at that speed. These are all just jets. Right, now I'm going to switch on to rocket mode with jets. Okay, we're at about 20 and rocket mode. Jets. So, after all our blowing up and stuff like that, we've actually got an SSTO that works really great. So now you see the Rapiers, we switch modes now. Now it's not an automatic, I'm manually switching the modes. That's important with Rapiers. You can see we're still increasing speed. Right, we are about to hit space. We want to get to about 100. We want to get to about 100. Yeah, let's just increase. And it's done. Right. And at the upper axis, add maneuver, circularize. Oh, jeez, that's perfect. 354. Oh, okay. There we go. Bit of a problem. Bit of a problem. We're going to increase that. Oh, we're in space. Oh. And we are going there. Alright, and correct, I can. But remember, you bring the payload up not to refuel or stuff like that. You bring the payload up because you bring it up in space. You don't want to depend on the payload, the weight of the payload to save you. You know, because then you might as well not have the payload. You might as well have another fuel tank. So let's see how far this can actually go. Right, so 11 seconds. I could actually open this. see, I could enable crossfeed. Right, so it's used up a bunch of fuel. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, so we've identified a problem. This thing, to pick up this much cargo, it actually needs more fuel. I don't think it's a problem with weight. I mean, this thing went like an absolute bomb. So I don't think that's an issue. And we are nicely in orbit of 102 by 101. So that's a very good orbit. What we're going to do over here is we are going to bring this down. There you go. 79, and we're going to land this. Now what we could do is we could say, okay, let us do this. Right click there, and let's transfer this fuel into the central tank. Okay, so there's no more fuel left over here. Let's take this one and nothing there. Alright, we are going to undock these. That. Right, so this is how we land. We deliver the satellite or whatever. How is this thing going to fly coming back? And oh, there we go. Right, so in 15 minutes we're going to try land this again. So we've definitely identified one problem with it, but I have to say, hey Jack Ripper. Oh, sorry. Oh, this is doing its double posting thing. I have to say, it's actually working really, really well. As kind of a surprise. It's a big surprise, especially to me. Yes, I'm designing the stuff and I'm finding it a big surprise. I mean, we've got all the maneuverability of the other one. I know. Oh, see, it's double. I don't know why it's doing the double thing. Let me just get this on the way down. Oops. Alright, so let me just do this. See if I can get this thing to not do double. And let's see. Oh, it's still doing double. I don't know why. Annoying. Anyway. And Jack, sorry, I don't speak Russian. Okay. So this is now coming back home. And remember, we've removed the tank. Oh, what allows... this is when you've got a pilot of sufficient skill, or you've got a probe. It allows... Certain probes allow different things. So you've got prograde, retrograde, normal, anti-normal, radial out, radial in, maneuver node, target, and the 2 target nodes. So that's depending on your pilot skill. Because I'm playing sandbox, my pilot skill is all at 5. And then you've also got certain probes that will give you some of that functionality. Okay, see, if it's there, I can just hit that and it will pull it back. Alright, so we about it. Okay, we just hit the atmosphere. Alright, and let's bring these in. Switch over to air breathers. Yeah, but beware with that. If you set on the retrograde marker, be very careful. Because as you get lower and your speed increases, that retrograde marker turns. So your craft will flip and that sort of stuff. So you use it to kind of slow yourself down, and then I recommend you take it right off. But you have to turn on your stability assist. That's with T. See, without T, nothing there. You press T and it turns on your SAS. And that's what makes these things pop up. So maybe you're not doing that. A lot of people don't know about that. You have to press T to turn that on. No, that's good, Jack. No problem. No, I definitely like talking to people. I just, unfortunately, I don't know the Russian language, so I can't comment on that. You know, I don't know what you're saying if you sort of be speaking that. Okay, so now I'm going to turn on my air brakes. And we're coming down the same as we did with the other. You know, at that 20-degree angle. Oh, so Overwing, are you trying to land on the moon, or are you trying to... What are you actually trying to do? If there's enough time, we can do a quick moon landing. I can just show you that. We can just build a quick moon rocket and we could land on the moon. Okay. As soon as we land this, we'll quickly build a quick rocket to go to the moon. And then we'll show you how how to do the landings. I'll try use early parts. And then tomorrow we can do a rescue to rescue our guys from the moon. Kerbal, the first in everybody's career, your first moon landing is always followed up by a second moon landing that is a rescue mission to rescue your guys from your moon landing. I've done it so much that I've had a lot of practice at it. SSTOs are the hard thing for me. You know, flying planes and that's hard for me. Rockets and that, I've just had a lot of practice with it. And this game is definitely a game that the more you practice, the better you get. Hey, ready, Jack? You mean to Duna? Yeah. I have built ships that go to Duna and back. What the problem that I've got is I'm using life support, so my ships tend to be a lot bigger than they need to be. Okay, well, Overwing, that's not a problem. We can sort all that out. We can show. I can show you even targeted moon landings and stuff like that. Though I've only got like half an hour left of my stream, we'll get the moon landing done. Are you Overwing? Are you using Kerbal Engineer at all? You know, to work out how much delta V you have in your craft and stuff like that. No, or default. Okay. All right. So yeah, that makes it a bit hard to work out exactly how much delta V you're using and things like that. But it's not a problem. We can still do it. I will use Kerbal Engineer because yes, that's just the way I work. That's what all my numbers over here are all about. They're all Kerbal Engineer. And it just helps, it definitely helps when designing craft to work out the amount of delta V you need and stuff like that. Like if you type in exclamation point delta V map. Yeah, so exclamation point delta V map. That will, I do play with mods, Jack Ripper. If you type exclamation point delta V map, that will give you the basic delta V that you need to get to various places. Yeah, so if you click on that link, it's a picture of how much delta V you need to actually get to places like Duna, the moon, and stuff like that. Exclamation point mods is the KSP, or exclamation point KSP is all the mods that I'm currently using for this sandbox one. Okay, so we've really slowed ourselves down. Okay, let's go into a dive because we want to get over to the space center. Oh, that was some serious delta V on that pool. Okay. Oh, wow. Let's brake. Let's brake off. What the hell is this? This is annoying. Oh. Okay, and we are 2 kilometers above. Okay, and put our landing gear down. Oh, the brakes. Off. Oh. Oh! Oh, no, no, no! Oh! That was going so well! Ugh. Who did I kill? That's another 2 Kerbals killed. SSTOs. Gotta love them. That was terrible. 8.9 Gs. I know, it was going so well. Okay. Let's go back to the Space Center. Shut up, Gilpo. Nobody asked you. Nobody asked you. I injected some excitement into the stream. Hey, Avalon. And look at that. Just as I've been flying SSTOs so perfectly the whole stream, and now Avalon shows up. Now I'm going to have to right click and repair. Alright, so what we're going to do now quickly is just for Overwing, we're just going to do a quick, I know, Jack Ripper, what I'm doing is I'm going to build one that goes to the moon and back for Overwing. Alright, so essentially what we want to do is I'm just going to use the MK1 command pod at the moment. So you've got your command pod, right? Then it's going to need to come back. It's definitely going to need some heat shield. So you definitely want your heat shield on, and you also want your parachute because you've got to land. Alright, so that is our basic return pod. Now, if you look at that Delta V map, what you're going to see is it's to land on the moon, it's going to require about 5,500 Delta V. Okay, Avalon. So you're going to need like 5,500 Delta V. 3,400 to get into orbit. And then to get to the moon is about 1,000. And to land, what does that map say? Let me actually have a look. Just trying to remember the stuff. Let me pop up the map quickly. Right, so we got our map coming up here. Wow. Could you be any faster? I know the wiki site seems to always be slow for me. Right, wait, Gilly, blah blah blah. Moho. Gilu. Ah, there we go. Okay, so from Kerbin to get into orbit around Kerbin is going to take you 3,400 Delta V. Then to get to the moon is about 860. Another 310 to get yourself into orbit. And then it says 580 to land. So that's 5,100 Delta V. Now you've got to say when you land. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. So yeah, when you just so you realize when you land, so that's going to take about 580 Delta V to land, and then to take off is another 580 to get yourself into orbit. So that's why we're looking. I would say we look at about 6,000. That's what we're looking at. Okay. So let's bring this down here. And we look at 6,000. Now this is my Kerbal engineer, which will tell me how much Delta V I've got. So we're going to build our lander part now. Now if I do the lander alright, I first need a decoupler. So you got the decoupler there, got that there. You want your engine. Alright, so that's 2,100. Let's use this. Small one. Okay, that's 1,400. Yeah, but it's not, putting a lander is not going to be stable. So what I like to do is I like to kind of so there we go. Alright, let's actually do it like this. What I'll do is I take 4 of these guys and I put it around like that. In fact, let's just do 4 like that. Okay. And then what I do, apple pin. And then what I do is I kind of push them like that. Put it down. And maybe out a little bit. Alright, so that kind of, look at that delta V now. And also what it does, what this does now, is it gives us a much bigger landing base. Right, now you're obviously going to want, you're going to need some batteries. So let's give ourselves some batteries over here. Do it like that. We're going to need some solar panels. Charge the batteries. Alright, so that's kind of our moon lander. We can give it an antenna. I don't know how well this antenna is going to work, but let's just put the antenna there. Alright, so we got the antenna there. Alright, so that's kind of our moon lander. Done. Okay, and that's got lots of thrust to weight ratio, lots of what do you call it, delta V, way more than we need. Okay, so now we want to build the rest of the craft to get us into orbit and to get us towards the moon. So we've got that. We will use, say, this guy. And probably do this as well. 933, that's fine. Another one of these. And you notice I'm just using the smaller parts here. And oh yeah, I do right above there. Oops. There it is. Okay, what you can do, you see, if I do it like that, okay, if I do it like that, it covers the heat shield. However, a little trick that I actually learned from the chat, if you just put it up 1 notch, then it does that nice, kind of the nice separation. Thanks, Jack. And what we're going to do then is we're going to throw this at T45. Okay, so let's see that. So those two are connected. Those two are connected. All right, and I want this one to be like 3,400. Okay, and look at this as well. It's 1.6, so maybe give this guy a bigger one. You know what? Give him that, and give him a bigger fuel tank. So it's you never have too big of fuel tanks. Right, and there we go. That's 3,800. Now we just need another 400, and we need more thrust. Definitely need more thrust. So what we can do, there's a couple of ways you can do this. you could do it with yeah, you could do with solid boosters. I'm not a fan of solid boosters, so I am just going to do this. Where is he? Again, I'm just slapping this together, so you know, it's nothing particularly fancy. And I'm not worried about cost either. You could always change the cost. Alright, so, well, that's plenty. And it's got lots of, oh, yeah, way too much thrust. So maybe if we do change this to 2. And there we go, and 3.8. That's good enough. Let's just give these guys a little tops. All right, and we are going to also, yeah, you could use auto strut, but I've never been a great fan of the auto strut. Just strut it up there like that, and just hyperspeed build. Right, done. Alright, so there we go. That is our rocket going to the moon. Very simple design, and what I'm going to do is I'm not even channeling the fuel into the center, which normally you could do, which would actually probably be a much more efficient way. Fuel lines, okay, we can put in the fuel lines. So what you could do is you could do this. Fuel lines, okay, so look at my thing, it's 3,832. Add fuel lines, so that the outer tanks feed into the inner ones. And 3,900, so that adds an extra 900 delta V. Extra 100 delta V. Oh, and thanks for the follow, Cyclone. Welcome to the alien army. Okay, so we've got our very, very basic design here. And we're going to need a pilot. So, what we are going to do... let's send Mr. Diablos. And we can leave him on the moon. Nobody will feel too bad. Very simple rocket. It's going to do its stuff. It's going to get us up to the moon and stuff like that. So, I'm going to call this the moon lander. Okay, so let's launch. This is like a sort of a high speed. Well, this is more kind of like onion staging. It's in the layers. Asparagus staging is great, but I don't really kind of use it a lot. Alright, now you've got this. Now the key is press T to toggle your SAS, and now you've got all these buttons available. Okay, so full power, and Mr. Diablos is there. And let's launch. Right, so what you're doing is you're going straight up till you get to about 50, and then you do that turn. Alright, now all you need to do is just follow this program marker down, and that should get you to about, when you get to this 45 one, when you get to this 45 one, that should get you to about that should get you to about 10, between 10 and 15 kilometers. Yeah, alright, so this is a pretty unstable rocket. I should have really put that in a should have really put that in a aero thing. Okay, yeah, this is not going well at all. Nope. No, this is not going well. I'm going to rescue this. I'm definitely going to rescue this. We are increasing speed, but not by much. Yeah, you see. Wow. This is like, I'm trying to show something, and this is like the worst launch ever. It's still 20. I don't know if we're going to make this. I honestly don't think we're going to make this into space. Really don't think we're going to make this into space. This is a terrible, terrible launch. Nope. No, we lost balance. The aerodynamics went and shoved this thing completely out of the way. Though we seem to have recovered. Oh, this engine isn't powerful enough. He's 63. Alright, so let's just abort this quickly. Don't really have the time. Don't have the time to waste too much. Alright, so what we really need to do to get this kind of working properly, prevent those aero forces, is do this. Full fairing. There you go, much better. Alright, so yeah, I know it looks silly, but this will definitely fly a lot better. Yeah. Always one of those little things. That's the problem with landers, you've got to make it kind of smooth. Right, so full power. Right, go up to 50. Do the slight turn. And then just follow the aerodynamics of it. Follow that program. And just a bit steeper. Oh yeah, now the fairings are important because what it is if you look at the aerodynamics, I've got no, if you press F12, it enables the aerodynamics, and what that does is basically my rocket was really hard to control going up because of the way the aerodynamics was causing drag. And what the drag was doing was it was causing the rocket to fall out of, to get pulled this way and that way. So that's what the fairing is definitely for. Oh shit. Right, so you can see the difference. What's happening here with the fairing? I'm not being pulled all over the place. Still going up. So I've turned a little bit too much. Still picking up speed and still climbing. Still climbing, we're still getting speed. This is going up. We've got our climb rate of 1. Our climb rate is slowing a bit, but our speed is increasing. Oh, I should have changed that engine over there. Damn it, I forgot. This is again not the greatest of... Wow, now I can't build rockets anymore. So we are going up, it's just a terrible launch. Anyway, if we're going to recover from a terrible launch, okay, see now we're going to start falling down again. Why can't I launch this thing? Let me go back. I can see this is going to be a pain. This is terrible. Get rid of that one. Right. We want a proper rocket there. At least a stronger engine. So get the T-45. That's a T-45. That gives us gimbals. Oh, better. Want that there. Where is this one? There. Okay, and this will probably be up there. Okay. Okay, there you see now the efficiency's gone down. Right, so what we're going to do is just give us a little bit more fuel. So I'd use a lower efficiency rocket too early on. These guys in there. Alright, there, that's better. Okay, this time it should work. Wow. Alright, so... Yeah, no, the whole thing about the... If you don't use fairings, that's really a problem. Because we're doing the same sort of launch. But this should actually gain us more speed now. Right, so it's kind of doing that gravity assist turn. And here we go. I notice I haven't got any RCS or anything like that on this craft. Yeah, it's just a straight rocket. It's he's going up. This is looking a lot better. Yeah, this is definitely looking a lot better now. Bit off, sort of, it's a bit wobble to the one side, but other than that, it's looking good. And we're just keeping kind of on the edge of it so that it doesn't kind of fall out of the aerodynamics doesn't pull it away, but we're still trying to keep it going up. And you can see the speed going up is decreasing a bit, but not by much. kind of reaching apart with the aerodynamics is not really too much of an issue. When you get, when you get to about 30, 50, I'd say between about 40 and 50, then aerodynamics is less of an issue. And it's still there. It still creates problems. And you see our surface speed is increasing. But this is kind of a shallow launch. But it will work. Look at he's saying he wants his dinner. And this will learn me to make rockets really fast. Not really paying too much attention to it. Oh, now you see I'm actually getting really fast low down in the atmosphere, which is kind of not the best thing to do. And it works, but it's not the best thing to do. So we're almost reaching orbital velocity. Like a way low down. So this was a very, very shallow launch. But look at that. That's kind of orbital velocity. And getting up to 100. Okay, and I've got Cool Cat waiting for his come to ask me for his dinner. Right, so you see that's a really shallow launch. So add maneuver at the upper apsis, the tallest point. The upper apsis is the highest point, and you're going to circularize. Whoops. Now I can just pull this to circularize, or I can just hit my circularize button, which kind of does all that work for me. Now once we get into space, let's just 62, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we're in space. Right, now once we're in space, there is no aerodynamics to deal with, so we can get rid of that. Now we're also getting ready for our burn to orbitalize ourselves. And because I came in so narrow and I got so much speed so quickly, it's a 5-second burn. And we're going to extend these as well. So we always have power. And we're just going to go forward till it gets to 3 seconds before. That's when we're going to do our burn to orbitalize. Okay. Right, now you've done all this, or you can do all this fine. So that's not, so you don't have an issue with this. Right, you can get yourself into orbit just fine. You can get yourself, orbiting just fine. So you don't have any other issue with this stuff. And boost. Alright, so there we go. We're in orbit. We've got a periapsis of 99. We've got an apoapsis of 102. That's a good enough orbit. Now we want to get to the... Yeah. It's... Once you've been to orbit a few times, it's really not an issue. Okay, so we want to go to the moon. So we do our... I'm going to assume we're going to reach the moon when it's over there. We want to do there, we want to add a maneuver. Just F5 quickly. And we are going to pull this out. Oops. Pull back. And there is our Lunar encounter. Now what we can do is we can probably... Let's have a look. That's 1-4. Now obviously get yourselves to kind of a... That's 1-6. You see, that's kind of... so... Ooh, okay. Bring us down. I mean, that's alright. You know what? That's fine. I'll show you what we'll do. Okay, so that's going to get us to the moon. So let's just work on that one. So that's a 24-second burn, or it's actually a 50-minute burn. 824 delta V. We've got 2,900 left, so we've got plenty. And in 24 seconds time. Or at least we start 24 seconds beforehand. Right, now a little trick. Once you get yourself on the way to the moon, okay, 10, 8. We're slowing ourselves down. So you see how I pressed that because my pilot's there. It's, it would be the same as just keeping to the maneuver node itself. And 24 seconds before I want to start the burn. Yeah, this assumes I'm using all the same tank. And burn. Right now it's going to use this tank up. Alright, now we've got plenty of fuel in this, so it's not really an issue too much with this thing. I mean, this lander has got a lot in the tank because I've got all these side things. So it's and it's only carrying a small amount. It's only carrying a tiny thing. That is a small little lander, just doing what landers do. Except it's actually getting us to the moon as well. Right. And just do it all amount and alright, and let's see. What have we got? Alright, we've got a nice encounter there. Now what we do is over here we make another maneuver node. We go onto the moon, we focus the view, and we look at what's happening. See, that's far out, so we want to change this. So now we can use these, like say, if we burn prograde just a little bit, and we bring that around, and you see I'm adjusting this whole thing. So I'm bringing that around, and I want to get myself really much closer to the moon. So by doing it way out there, by doing that adjustment far away from it, you are in fact using a lot less fuel than you would if you did it sort of close by. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop myself at, in fact, orbit, let's go to 10. So there you go. I can do the adjustment so that I'm at 10 kilometers from the moon's surface. And for the moon, that's okay. It's got no atmosphere or anything like that. That's actually all right. So in 11 minutes time, we are going to make a small burn of 82 delta V, and that's going to take us all the way from there back there. So that's kind of much easier than doing it over here, which would take a lot more delta V to get us really close. Yeah, so that works really well, doing it that way. And we are down to so I don't know if you're aware of that. The further out you are from a planet, the smaller adjustment you need to make, you know, in order to get something to work properly. Okay, so there we go, and at so it's a 6.3 second burn, and we need to start 3 seconds before. Right, so that's like 33. It's small. Well, good enough. That's good enough. That is good enough. So now we can get this to kind of circularize that at the this. Oh, at the periapsis. Sorry, at the periapsis. Want to circularize that? Oh, okay. Again, it's it's yeah. It really depends what you're doing. I mean, there's different ways you can do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do the one where you stop yourself dead and you go straight down. You know, so you kind of remove all the drift from it. So we've got that there. What we are going to do is I am going to set an alarm for this maneuver. Okay, so it's in 4 hours time. And I'm just going to high speed myself. So I'll get to that point. Oh, it actually is communicating properly with that small aerial. Alright, so it is... Yeah, delete the alarm, close, move this alarm. Okay, so... Ah, really? Yeah, watching our MechJeb lands kind of helps. Alright, so we got ourselves... Getting ourselves to that point. It's at 13 seconds we've got a burn, and that will orbitalize us. And it's a 359 burn. (13 seconds). And Kuka is going nuts. Kuka really wants his dinner. That's why he wakes me up at 3 o'clock in the morning for his breakfast. Cats. Alright, so we are just getting ourselves into orbit. Again, you could do this from high up, you could do this from low down. It really doesn't matter. I like doing a nice 10-kilometer orbit when I do my moon landings. And there we go. That is 9. That is 13. Good enough for me. Alright, so we are now in orbit around the moon. And I'm going to F5. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait till we come to the light side of it. Alright, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to try land in this area over here. Now the thing to realize when you're landing, oh, you see it's a bad, oh there you go. Alright, so if we look over here, okay. So the thing to see, if you're landing, say for example we want to land over there. You add a maneuver, right? Then you pull retrograde all the way till it's like that, and that tells you it's going to take 554 delta V to slow yourselves down to stop, to land right there. And as it tells you, it's going to be 37 seconds. So if you want to land there, you want to start burning before that time. But I mean, at the moment, we're not really concerned where we are landing. So we're going to lose that. We just want to land. So let's have a look over here. Alright, so in order to land, we put ourselves into retrograde. Okay, and we are just going to, instead of this being at orbit, we're going to drop this to surface. Okay, and we need to burn 549 delta V to slow ourselves to the surface. Alright, so that's just slowing ourselves right down. Now I've turned off the retrograde marker and I'm just burning at that thing, and look what's happening. How obviously it's going because I'm falling. But what's also happening is this retrograde is moving up and the surface speed is dropping. Right, so as soon as it's off, stop it. Then you look, and really you are not going up. So what you want to do is you want to burn this so that is kind of at the top there. Alright, so now you're falling directly down. You're literally falling directly down. Right, so we stopped all our kind of horizontal motion, and now we're just going vertical. And so this surface now is vertical. You can see horizontal is 1.3 and vertical is 88. And we are still 3 kilometers up. So we can put the gear up. Alright, now obviously you want to slow yourself down. You don't want to be going too fast, so you can slow yourself down. And you see how that moved? So now we're doing at 28. But we're still 2 kilometers above. I'll just slow myself a little bit. Yeah, Liga, this was just something I threw together just to show overwind. Right, and there's so again we're just burning up now. You notice I'm not using that at all. We are 600 meters. And I am just slowing myself down. Just keeping that low. We're at 200 meters. Just keep myself slow. Again, this is not kind of the best landing with suicide burns and all that sort of stuff. However, let's see what the and 5. It's a little bit of sideways motion. And we landed on the moon. Done. Yeah. It's well, that definitely helps. But if your retrograde is right on the top there, that pretty much says your horizontal speed is nothing. The height numbers lie, yes, and this is why I wasn't looking at this number. I was looking at this number over here, which is the Kerbal Engineer. That's 313 centimeters. And we can have actually this is the first time our Kerbal has landed on the moon. Woo. See? And he's got a little blue Starfleet uniform. Alright, so he's landed on the moon. Yeah, if you type in... Those are all the mods I use. Now in that list, at the bottom I've got the link to where the current Kerbal Engineer is. And Kerbal Engineer and Precise Maneuver are definitely very, very helpful mods. And board. Alright. And that's it. Now I've got 826 left. I should be able to get out of here fine. What I'm going to do... Yeah, that's correct. So this is kind of, if you look where I landed, this is on, where does it say, Midlands. If I landed in this crater, I would have had a lot more time to decelerate. Right, now I want to go back to Kerbin. I can just do that, turn myself to 90 degrees, get myself up to 10 kilometers at the upper axis, add maneuver, and just hit that circularized thing. Yeah, it's just kind of, you can pull it and all that sort of stuff, but also having this gizmo over there makes it really useful. Alright, and it is going to be 10 seconds before I am going to kind of burn on that node. And burn. Let's see what's happening. So Overwind, does that kind of, help you with getting your landings right? Figuring out how to actually land properly? I mean, is there anything else you wanted to see with that? Yeah, landing on Minmus is a lot easier because it's a lot less gravity. Yeah, Mike, but there are asteroids which you can land on, you can mine, you can change direction and stuff like that. So that's all there. Alright, so now we're in orbit again of the moon and we want to get back to Kerbin. So what we're going to do is we are going to add a maneuver here. We are going to pull out and look what happens. Just change that. And now that's going to give us there you go. What's that? 229. I could probably, there you go, 160, and we move this a little bit more. Right, so we're looking for a good spot, 83. Okay, that's That's 42. So what I'm going to do is just slow this down a bit and get us to about 50. 55. 55 is good. Okay. Okay, do the next orbit. So that's 83, maybe a little bit more. Just down to about 55 because we don't actually have enough delta V. Oh, we don't have enough delta V to get us there. We've only got 191 left. Okay, there. That would be the ideal one. Okay, 26 and produce this. Okay, so we're gonna have a problem. We are not going to have enough delta V to get us back to. We are messing around so much. We don't have enough delta V to get us back. In 38 minutes, we can burn to get us there, or we could just leave him over here and send a rescue mission. You did say so. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to leave Dragon Diabolus in orbit around the moon, and we'll just send a rescue craft to get him. But essentially, that's kind of what's going to happen. Is this is going to... Oh, you know what? Screw that. Nope. Oh yeah, if you get out and push, that will do it. Okay, so it's... Oops. So pull this out. So let's see. That's going to give us the... so that's the ourselves in this kind of position. We got... Okay, that will kind of get us the best sort of position. And we're going to have to down to 55. Okay, 270. 270 and in 36 minutes. And what we can do is, let's have a look. Let's have a look at what we can do with this thing. See if we can actually save, see if we can save ourselves. Let's see if we can save ourselves. Okay. This is 6 seconds before we want to. All right. All right, so let's see. Let's F5 this quickly. All right, so at 6 seconds, we're going to start this burn. And burn. Okay, cool catch. Alright, so 79. Oh god, that's not going to do it at all. So, let's see. Push! Oh. See, getting outside and pushing is a valid Kerbal. Oh! Getting outside and pushing is a valid Kerbal technique. It is definitely a valid Kerbal technique. Yeah, my cat is going ballistic. He wants his dinner. Push it like you mean it. I know. I went and I lost the other part to get us more. I lost I lost the other part to make it lighter so you could push it further. I mean, he's got to push it like 80 delta V. I want to do this in real life. Hey, don't laugh. I've run the field and this technique has worked. It has definitely worked. I just don't know if I've been able to push myself out of the sphere of influence of something. So so let's reevaluate the situation and restock with fuel. So oh well, we've got out of the situation, so that's kind of good. We're getting there. Now it's got it out of the moon landing. So I don't know. I'm going to check this out now. Right, so let's EVA again. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, our Kerbal is getting out and he is pushing. Push, Kerbal, push! Yeah, so I mean, pretty much, yeah, as long as you can get back inside and refuel. And here we go, we are just pushing ourselves back home. Can you... $229. Yes, so the Kerbal Space Program, where you've got to get outside and push. And this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. Very much a ridiculous stream. Okay. I did a bad takeoff, so I ran out of fuel. Oh, there we go. We're outside of the moon's influence. Alright, whoa! Overwing, thank you for the follow. Oh. Oh no, come on. Oh. What? And board, let's see, what have we got here? Okay, so we're down to 1-3. That's good. Down to 1-3. Okay, so we kind of getting there. Okay, so oh. Oh. The hell? Ah, there we go. Is camera organized? Right, yeah, our little Kerbal's pushing. but this is the whole thing. With the way the orbital things work, they're doing something, changing the orbital distance from far out, takes a lot less than changing it close. Like when we're close to Earth, when we're close to Kerbin, there's no ways we could do this. We would have to do this as far as possible, and it requires the least amount of delta V. That's ridiculous, isn't it? That is just ridiculous. Well, you know what? Let me just give... Cool Cat is going mad. Let me just go give him his dinner. And then I will come back and we're definitely going to have to try finish this off. Get this back. Because this has become our mission. To get back. So... very close, very close. But let me quickly go give Cool Cat his dinner. I'll be right back. Okay, Cool Cat is happy now. Outcast, there is CAS and KISS, Kerbal Inventory System, which has the grapple tool. So that is something that is actually there. But yeah, obviously it's another mod. Alright, so EVA. Okay, so he's busy pushing. And can I take a throw pod behind you? Okay, if you got years and years and years to do it, but sort of you could, but really you wouldn't want to. Right, so and now the one thing that we're going to hope is that this thing doesn't burn up on entry. Mr. Diablos would get very upset if I killed him again. Okay, so I mean this should in theory be enough. Wow. Yeah, going to planet, that's going to take you a long time. Right, so let's have a look at this. Alright, so $242. $242. That's close. I'll do a little bit more. Yeah, that's getting nice and close. Okay, so it's like 16 delta V. Alright, so maybe another one. And EVA. Off back here. Oh. Right, and here we go, and just pushing ourselves. Yeah, so in Kerbal, when people joke about getting us out and pushing, they're actually not joking. This is one of those strategies. Of course, if you've got a big craft, your poor little Kerbals, he's not going to be able to push it, but a small little pod, he could do it. I mean, I could, let's see. 87. Nice. Now we should be hitting the atmosphere soon. We want to get ourselves down to about 55. That should be alright. Because then we can, you know, aero brake. Okay. $12. Crap. You pushed too hard. Right. Push. E. 18. Yes, we are pushing. We are pushing to slow our craft down a bit. $52. Okay, that's fine. Right, so. Right. Board. Alright, 52. Okay, so that's good. Right, so. And here we go. We are coming into atmosphere. Alright, and move ourselves up there. Alright, and just kind of. You can take off SAS. Yep. Let's get now down to 52. Slowing us down a bit, but now we're lifting up again. Take off. We're out of things. Alright, so now if you look at what's gone on, it's sort of, you know, that little error brake worked, it slowed us down, and so we have to go around and we do another error brake. Now I've turned off the SAS so that it doesn't use any power. We've got limited power on this thing now. So that's what SAS doesn't have. So SAS holds it still. Okay, and let's. Right, and again, this is I'm doing a physical warp. Right, it's climbing again. Take off SAS. And let's have a look at what's happening. Now it's down to 195, so each one is kind of slowing us down to a certain, you know, to each one is slowing us down quite a bit. Hey, Mr. Dragons, we've just managed to push ourselves back from the moon. We literally had no more fuel, so we got outside and we pushed. And we making it back from the moon just by pushing. Oh, is this actually? Oh, it's naturally going there. Look at that. That's awesome. Yeah, we're getting back to Kerbin. Oh, that's awesome. That's no that's no sass. That's just doing it by itself. Okay, that's pretty cool. And it's going up again. How high is it now? It's still 1,000 kilometers. So yeah, it's taken its time, but we are getting there. Nothing's broken yet. Life support wise, still got 11 days before he starts getting upset. He's still got a fair amount of ablator left, more than half, so that's good. He's still going at a pretty high pace. And it's lifting up again. And that's down to 580. Remember, that used to be all the way up to the moon. Used to be all the way out to the moon. 11,000. So that's kind of a good thing. So we should have this really soon now. And the next one or two rotations, and we're actually going to land. Quite impressive when you think about it. Mr. Diabolus is having a lot of fun. And luckily, aerodynamically, this is working because we've got no control over this craft at all. You're literally running out of battery power. I mean, if we had had one of those things on here, it would have been better, but we don't. How low are we getting? Alright, we're dropping below 50. And that's 300, 200. Okay. It starts to lift up. However, as soon as this drops below, oh, we can actually look over here. As soon as the upper axis drops below 70, then it's a definite landing. Getting close to it. Boom, okay, we are landing. We are definitely landing. Oh yeah. It's physical acceleration is kind of can prove to be a problem. However, this is a very simple craft. So I'm not really too worried about it. You see, I've got no more power left at all. I've got no way of controlling this craft. I mean, he can fire off the parachute, but that's about all he can do. And here it is, falling again. Other than that, I've got absolutely zero control over this craft at all. I've got some blades left. Okay. So this one will be kind of the landing part. I think it's because I had this antenna here and that was sucking out all my power. Right, but there we go. What's going on now? Latest been used. As he's slowing us down quite a bit now. Don't have enough ablator left. Oh, done. Right, so this is just falling. We are landing in the water. Going way down. I mean, we can make the parachutes. But I'm going to wait till it's about way lower. Alright, so how's that for getting back in style? We got outside and we pushed. That's what we did. However, this did not cause another Kerbal death. So no Kerbals were harmed in the making of this mission. Well, now this should pop open at about, I think it's a half a kilometer up. Let's see, it's slow. Definitely got the slowing down thing going. Yeah, at about a half a kilometer, that's when this is going to open up. Oh, there you go. And we are down to 5 meters per second. And landing in the water should be no issue. Alright, so I'll just speed it up. Right, so we're kind of 50 meters above, no, 80, 70, 60. Now obviously you can't see anything because it's nighttime. Now this is where instruments like this become so useful. Ta-da! We made it back alive. Ah, look at little Diabolus. See, all happy. And recover. Alright, and that's the end of the stream. That's the end of the stream. I went over an hour longer because of that little mission. But you know, we had to make sure we could do it. So there we go. We went to the moon, we landed on the moon, we came back, we pushed our way back, and it all worked. Alright, so that is the stream. I'll be back tomorrow for some more Kerbal KSB at 6 AM UTC. But I will be back in an hour to play some Ark, the center, which is we're playing on a community server. Everybody is welcome to join us. Just our exclamation point Ark to get the server details. And today we found another cave on the weekend that we're going to explore. Apparently it's a whole ice cave and stuff like that. So it's I haven't been in it. I've just been to the beginning of it. But it looks like there's some interesting stuff inside. So that's what we're going to do tonight with Ark. And yep, again, thanks Blood for posting that. Anybody is welcome to play on our server. It is a community server, so you don't have any of the public server douchebags. That's always a good thing. So anyway, till an hour's time when I'm back with Ark. See you later. And if I don't see you tonight, I will see you tomorrow at 6 AM UTC for some more Kerbal. This time we might actually really do construction and not just our SSTOs, which work. Alright guys, see you later. Bye.